Cek satu.
Cek satu.
Cek cek. Cek cek. Cek 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 cek.
Cek satu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. And now we are starting our second day. The first session in the agenda for our main event today is the second plenary session, which will be moderated by Umi Kulsum, PhD. Her profile is as follows.
Ako ba seminar internasional international conference?
To Dr. Umi Kulsum, the floor is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So happy, good morning everyone. It's happy for us to meet again in our 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society. In this second day, we're going to continue our discussion regarding to the plenary session will be start in very soon. We would like to invite our speakers today. First is Professor Dr. Ting Wang, and then Yuli Rahmawati, MSc PhD, as well as invited speaker Munas Priyanto Ramli, MA PhD. Before we start, let's see their profile, please. Okay, thank you very much. The COVID-19 outbreak dramatically rising around the world in 2020, and this outbreak influenced many changes, including policy and educations. In education sector, most of the schools around the globe are closed due to avoiding virus spread through community transmissions, and it is also same in Indonesia. It influenced the education system. The learning system changed rapidly to adjust the current conditions and maintain student keep learning, or we call as distant learning or pembelajaran jarak jauh, also known as online learning. It is the only choice for that time to every school to transforming lessons to the student. The development of the internet and the use of technology for the PJJ much easier to support the learning activities. Therefore, both teachers and students need technology and internet access to carry out these activities. However, challenges are found where not all school or teachers and students have or are able to facilitate online learning. And this situation become distinctive challenge for school leader as well as teacher due to adjust the situation and maintain the quality of teaching and learning in the schools. In this occasion, we have already 3 invited speakers who will share their thoughts regarding embracing the new normal, changing roles of students, teachers, and technology in shifting education landscape. The first speaker will be delivered by Professor Dr. Ting Wang. She is Professor of Education and Educational Leadership and the Associate Dean of the Faculty of Education, University of Canberra, Australia. Professor Ting Wang, time is yours.
Thank you, Wumi. Thank you, everyone. I would like to share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
No problem? All good? Thank you.
Yes.
Can I start now? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, conference organizers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to give a speech at the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society. The unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic hit the education sector with full force and disrupted schools and universities globally. Last year, 1.5 billion students in 188 countries were locked out of their schools. A year into the crisis, 2021, half of the world's students' population is still affected by full or partial school closures. The pandemic created tremendous challenges for students and teachers, as well as revealed and amplified inequalities in education systems. The crisis did not just amplify educational inequalities within countries, but this is likely also amplify the performance gap among countries. Globally, nearly 1/3 students cannot access remote learning. More than 11 million girls may never return to their classroom. Over 24 million children and youth are at risk of dropping out of school. Concerted efforts must be made globally to address those issues. As millions of students and teachers grapple with the enormous challenges brought about by the unprecedented pandemic, it is key to consider the impact it will have on education in the long term. We need to gauge the impact of the current situation to project the immediate futures for students, teachers, educational leaders, and policymakers. Many of us may ask these questions. When will life go back to normal? And will new normal become normal? When will international travel restrictions be lifted and international students can study overseas? Will the post-pandemic era see fundamental changes to educational paradigms and practices? Will some changes we see today become permanent? What are the emerging challenges in uncertain times? While some countries are developing their recovery plan and exit plan, easing lockdowns and returning students to their classrooms, no one is absolutely sure what will ensue in the coming months within their region, their country, or globally, due to the unprecedented and unanticipated circumstances and other deadly variants of COVID-19 coronavirus. We can anticipate that this is a marathon, not a sprint, and there is no quick fix to this global pandemic. The immediate and the long-term impacts of the crisis are profound. The anticipation of getting back to normal will be mediated by the expectation of restoring and shifting to a new normal. Looking beyond what is happening now offers us insights into the future trends and scenarios. We need to pause, reflect, reset, and rebuild. Due to the unprecedented crisis, the normal way of learning, teaching, and conducting business have significantly changed. When can we usher in the post-COVID-19 era? The timeline is uncertain and unpredictable until effective vaccines and treatments are available and the majority of the population across different countries are fully vaccinated. A range of different policies and measures have been implemented in the bid to contain the coronavirus outbreaks in various national, regional, and local contexts. Millions of people have experienced frustration, confusion, depression, anxiety, anger, pain, and grief because of lockdowns and the loss of job and their beloved ones. When I told my friends in the US and Europe that one single case of positive COVID-19 triggered lockdown of Canberra, where I'm living now, on the 12th of August 2021, after 0 case in 12 months. They were very surprised at this news. The residents in my city are living through 9 weeks lockdown. So we are still in lockdown, with daily new cases ranged from 8 to 50. A record high of nearly 1,600 new cases in the state of New South Wales in Australia for Australians was incredible, shocking news. But for my friends in Europe, this didn't seem to be too concerning because they have seen even worse scenarios. They now worry more about the number of hospitalized patients because more than 60% of population in Germany, UK, Italy, France, and Spain are fully vaccinated. Many countries are rolling out vaccination campaigns. In Australia, by October, 50% of people aged 16 and over are fully vaccinated. Australian government aims to have 80% of people aged 16 and over fully vaccinated by the end of this year and open the border gradually. To my knowledge, Indonesia currently has about 90% of population fully vaccinated. It should be noted that many policies, measures, and practices that have been proven effective and acceptable in one context, such as Australia, might be considered culturally inappropriate, economically unfeasible, or legally impractical in another context, for instance, in Indonesia. We have seen that countries with a similar infection rates made very different policy choices when it comes to lockdowns and school closures. There is no one-size-fits-all strategy or panacea that can be utilized by all leaders and educational educators or globally. Therefore, context matters, and we must deal with complicated contextual factors and emerging issues during and post the pandemic. The main theme of the conference is embracing the new normal. This conference has provided a valuable platform for educators, academics, researchers, practitioners from Indonesia and other countries to share their experiences, observations, and insights on the impacts of the pandemic, discuss creative, localized solutions, and envisage a way forward. Our anticipation of returning to normal will be mitigated by the expectation of restoring and shifting to a new normal. The new normal and the extraordinary circumstances may become normal after the pandemic. Since the 2020, we have seen full or partial school closures and university closures, and the radical transformation of teaching modes in the attempt to contain the spread of pandemic and ensure continuity of learning. These nationwide closures are impacting over 90% of the world's student population. Many new norms which have been established during the crisis may be embedded in daily practices in the long term. These norms can become institutionalized as a new normal in the post-pandemic environment, such as physical distancing rules, wearing masks, and strict personal hygiene measures. Radical changes and restrictions during the pandemic may provide impetus for incremental changes in certain behaviors and social values during the recovery stage. These may be perceived as pragmatic measures and accepted new norms due to uncertainty of unforeseeable futures and responsiveness to the crisis. The recent transformation of teaching modes across the world are phenomenal. Implementation of online learning and remote teaching in 2020 was mostly done within a few weeks, with a very narrow window for preparation and teacher training. Millions of students quickly shifted from face-to-face to entirely online learning with synchronous and asynchronous learning activities. The unprecedented disruption to schools and higher education institutions and the radical shift of delivery mode during the crisis means that the post-COVID-19 era will see the coexistence of multiple modes of instruction and an increasing demand for online courses. This could include flexible and blended delivery, with online teaching becoming an essential component of teaching practices. The extensive exposure to online learning and the utilization of multiple learning platforms have immensely changed the views of both teachers and students towards online learning and flexible delivery. Online learning has become one of the fastest growing trends in educational use of technology in the past decade. My university, University of Canberra, has adopted 6 main modes of delivery for its units and courses for several years. All modes of delivery provide online content support, and course materials for all units are on the Canvas site. Although online content support is a compulsory component of unit offerings, the dominant delivery mode was on campus prior to the pandemic. On campus mode, regular on-campus attendance is expected with online content support provided. Flexible mode, on-campus activities and online materials are both available. On-campus attendance may be required for specific activities. Online mode, content is delivered entirely online, so on-campus attendance is not required. Intensive mode, on-campus attendance is expected in set time blocks with online content support provided. Self-paced mode, content is delivered entirely online and also can be completed at the student's own pace. And for the research unit, particularly and for the higher degree research students. The HyFlex, hybrid flexible approach. During the pandemic, international students and who were unable to travel to Australia in 2020 and 2021 have been offered the choice of studying units online and remotely. The hybrid, flexible, or HyFlex has been promoted by my university in 2021 when some domestic students were unable to return to campus due to lockdown in other states in Australia. The HyFlex course format is an instructional approach that typically involves classes where students are simultaneously on campus and remote. Although HyFlex has been around for at least a decade, it has received renewed attention during the pandemic. It typically involves classes where students are simultaneously face-to-face and online. This means you have a class with on-campus students and remote students. HyFlex combines face-to-face and online learning and hence enables remote students to attend classes. Each class session and learning activity is offered in person, synchronously online, and asynchronously online, resulting in a student-directed and multimodal learning experience. An ideal HyFlex approach provides the students autonomy, flexibility, and seamless engagement, no matter where, how, or when they engage in the course. HyFlex has many benefits as well as many challenges, and it takes considerable planning, orchestration, and frequent troubleshooting. During the pandemic, emergency remote teaching fails to provide the range of flexibility that HyFlex can offer. The technology and the curriculum must align, and the technology needs to work consistently for everyone. And of course, teachers must be comfortable and effective with asynchronous teaching and in synchronous live stream environment. HyFlex also places more responsibility for learning on students, and it might not be the best fit for lab classes and certain disciplines. For example, in my university, lectures can be offered in 3 approaches: synchronous and available asynchronously, and asynchronous. Synchronous on-campus Echo 360 live streaming. Recordings are available for remote students after the event. Students attending the live streamed lecture have also some opportunities to participate in synchronous activities such as polling and Q&A. Synchronous and available asynchronously. Online synchronous lecture is hosted in the virtual room. The lecture may also be recorded and uploaded to the lecture recording library for asynchronous access. All students attend remotely, and there is no on-campus option. All students have the opportunity to use the virtual room functionality to communicate with the other participants. Asynchronous pre-recorded lectures. No synchronous student attendance. Lecturers can pre-record the lecture content and make it available to all students asynchronously. Online synchronous tutorial and workshop presentation can also be hosted in the virtual room, and all students attend remotely. Because of the extended lockdown in Canberra since August, the delivery mode of the semester has been shifted to remote delivery, and all students are expected to join the tutorials and workshops synchronously. During the lockdown periods in 2020 and 2021, online teaching practicum opportunities have been provided for our graduating teacher education students in my university. And this arrangement was also approved by teacher registration authorities. Currently, and we are scheduling the timetables for semester 1, 2022. Online, synchronous, asynchronous lectures and tutorials will be scheduled to give flexibility for students. Although we are hopeful that the students will return to campus and face-to-face delivery will be offered. Student online experience during the pandemic can vary from being overwhelmingly positive to extremely frustrating. When life goes to normal, the new normal could be established with the integration of online learning, flexible blended mode of delivery or high flex approach as a promising component. Such transformation in delivery mode can also provide opportunities for educational innovations. The schools and universities are forced to be flexible, responsive, and resilient. The paradigm changes and innovations could happen during the crisis as online conferences and hybrid meetings and hybrid workplace become normal during and after the pandemic. The high flex and hybrid mode of teaching may become the norm in the years to come. Flexibility and accessibility enabled by the use of technologies in learning, teaching, and business are acknowledged widely. We know that, and millions of teachers have risen to the challenges of teaching in the pandemic. We can anticipate that blended and flexible delivery will play a more important role in the post-pandemic environment. The emergent importance of online and remote teaching is widely recognized, but we know that, at least from my point of view, face-to-face teaching and socialization on campus won't be completely replaced by online delivery. Home learning and the increased engagement of parents in student learning are all acknowledged. However, homeschooling and home learning won't become the dominant force, as many parents have experienced the frustration of working from home while supervising their kids. As we know that, teaching is an essential job, and teachers won't be replaced by online learning apps or home learning. Research evidence suggests that content delivery could be effectively achieved in online environments. However, students would need experiments, workshops, hands-on activities, arts, and physical education activities. So aspects such as socialization, peer learning, and support, and having fun in sports activities can't be achieved effectively in online environments. Integration of online learning and high-flex instructional approach into classroom will become a new normal. We can anticipate that the value-added components of on-campus learning won't be replaced completely by online learning. The pandemic disrupted our learning and teaching traditions and established patterns. We need to re-examine the existing paradigms of learning and teaching. Transformation of teaching practices will happen in the post-pandemic period, and educators will encounter new challenges in technology-enabled learning environment. Teachers will need to consider offering more sophisticated and effective online learning activities and programs to engage the students. Online and remote teaching, which was primarily considered complementary to face-to-face delivery, has now moved to the front stage. The extensive use of technologies in teaching processes will expedite the transformation of transmissive face-to-face teaching to more interactive, visually appealing, and engaging learning activities in the virtual learning environments. The challenge of developing digital literacy, analytical thinking, and deep learning needs to be addressed when students return to their physical classrooms. Once the students have experienced more learner-centered and technology-enabled learning environments, would they be happy to shift back to the highly structured learning activities and the compressed classroom space? Once teachers have experienced more innovative pedagogical practices in virtual learning environment, would they feel comfortable to teach highly prescribed curriculum or cope with accountability-driven teaching practices and the standard tests? There's a need for us to reflect on our learning activities and the pedagogical practices, while acknowledging the affordance and flexibility of online learning. It should also be noted the digital divide among students during outbreaks has been intensified. Some learners lack access to internet connectivity and digital devices and have low levels of digital literacy and self-efficacy. The digital divide and the gaps between haves and have-nots are widening. Social division and educational inequality need to be re-examined. Students' mental health and welfare also needs to be addressed, including the psychological impact and well-being of students who have experienced traumatic experiences. Here arises an important issue of social justice and educational equity in post-COVID-19. While acknowledging the benefits of technology-enhanced learning, we must also be aware of the widened digital divide for students with special needs and those from disadvantaged backgrounds. In the post-pandemic environment, the needs of students who require special support should be addressed when schools and universities move towards online, blended, and hybrid learning. However, as we know that, additionally, mental health and well-being and professional development of teachers are also critical to ensure successful student learning. Well, you may have this kind of questions. Will the pandemic kill globalization and increase racism and prejudice? Will we live in a world which is more divided and polarized than ever before? In the interdependent world, no country is in isolation or immune from the coronavirus. Students and teachers have been inundated with news reports, authentic accounts, and misinformation from various channels and social media. They may be confused or biased against certain political views, ideologies, religious faith, or values that reveal the differences and confrontations between nations or groups. There is an imperative to acknowledge value dissonance and diversity and inclusion in the interconnected world. A variety of evidence-based, contextualized, politically and culturally sensitive approaches to coping with the pandemic and divisions in communities have equal validity in different countries. In the post-COVID-19 world, a sense of global community will be enhanced from concerted efforts and solidarity required within the unprecedented global battle against coronavirus. We must stop racism, virus stigma, and prejudices. We should show respect for cultural diversity and empathy for those different from us. Teachers and students need to recognize the importance of the coexistence and the tolerance of different values and political systems, and guard against narrow-minded nationalism and discrimination against other cultural values and practices. How should we navigate uncertainty and confusion in uncharted territories? The feelings of frustration, anger, and anxiety are inevitable in trying times. Students are encouraged to understand that resilience and adaptability to changes are important attributes in the 21st century. Living together with people from different backgrounds and coping with a global crisis are essential for socially responsible citizens in the interconnected world. In the new normal, developing essential life skills is critical, such as adaptability, resilience, collaboration, empathy, and effective communications in both virtual and physical environments. Education institutions should equip students with the life skills they need to be academically competitive, as well as agile and adaptable for a volatile world. We should transform our schools and universities to integrate both academic attributes and essential life skills, as these skills and attributes are fundamental to having meaningful learning and life experiences in the interconnected global community. I would like to conclude my speech with a quote from the 2021 OECD report. The opportunities that digital technologies offer go well beyond a stopgap solution during the pandemic. Digital technology allows to find entirely new answers to what people learn, how people learn, where people learn, and when they learn. It can elevate the role of teachers from imparting knowledge towards working as a co-creator of knowledge, as coaches, as mentors, and as evaluators. Old normal, new normal, the normal. Let's navigate uncertain times with hope and optimism and embrace the new normal. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you, Professor Ting Wang.
Over to you, Umi.
Yes, pardon?
All done.
Okay. Right.
Bumi, I think you're still mute.
Oh, still
Oh.
mute?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay now? Right. Thank you,
Yes.
Professor Ting Wang. That's the delivery share from Professor Ting Wang. Thank you very much. She delivers about the situations of pandemic in education in international perspective. Actually, in Indonesia, more or less it's same situations like in Australia. We also even starting the hybrid learning because we start the online learning in some circumstances, but still challenge arise in the situations. We still need to prepare and manage students and teachers, especially in digital literacy. Okay, we go for the next speaker. Will be delivered by Ibu Yuli Rahmawati, MSc PhD, Ibu Yuli is a coordinator of Chemistry Education Department, Mathematics and Natural Science Faculty, University Negeri Jakarta or UNJ. And her topic will be about empowering student identity through culturally responsive transformative teaching or CRTC, opportunity and challenges in embracing the new normal. Ibu Yuli, time's yours.
Thank you so much, Bu Umi, Prof. Ting Wang, Pak Munas, mohon izin. I would like to share my screen first. Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because I'm in the university. Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity, and then probably different from Prof. Ting Wang, I would like to more focus on the technical in the classroom regarding the empowering students' identity through culturally responsive transformative teaching, opportunity and challenge in embracing new normals. So it is related to my research and then my experience in implementing this teaching model. So I will give the main session is about the student's identity and also the culture responsive teaching, how it integrated in teaching and learning, especially in dealing with the new normal after the post COVID-19 pandemic. So we already know that the current and the future challenge regarding the mega trend VUCA and then industrial revolution 4.0, society 5.0, even the SDG itself, and also the freedom of learning that the policy of the Indonesian government regarding the students have more opportunity to engage with the outside classroom experience to face the challenge, the future challenge regarding their future roles. And then we also realize that our students also face the border crossing between being isolated during the pandemic situation and also starting the offline, and then even it is still limited. So they have to break through the shifting. Almost 2 years they has been isolated in the home, even though within the limited interaction between with their peers and also the teachers. And also we consider it as a part of learning loss as well. And then, so I proposed the ideas about the CRTT. The CRTT framework has been developed by our team in the research, and then it has been developed by CRT framework, culture responsive teaching, and also transformative learning theory. So we would like to integrate the culture as reference and also the student empowering in their identity. So it is Indonesian condition. If you see, the Indonesian is really rich country with almost more than 700 language, more than 300 ethnics, and we have large population, 270 million. And then within the diverse cultures, we are realized that it's influenced the learning process as well. During my publication on the culture in teaching identity, I found that it is my own experience when I deal with different cultures, because my father come from Javanese and my mother come from Bimanese, and then I was born in Jakarta. So it is the exploration between different values and beliefs that shaping students' identity, and it influenced during the COVID and then post-pandemic situation. If we have a look the OECD platform regarding the future competencies, we have looked the student agency. We also realize it's a part of well-being in 2030. And then if you come through the transformative learning theory framework, you will have a look the student not only have to finish the exam, get a good mark as individual level, they will get a job, but they have to contribute also in the society and also national and global level. Different perspective on the future competencies regarding the ISTE as well that has been used, communication, collaboration, and also the World Economic Forum that has been explored in different area. So next, I will mention also the student identity itself also influenced by the policy that external factors that shaping students' learning. That's we realize that in education level, it's also from basic into higher education. It influences students' identity, the way they're learning, because they comes from different background and also have to achieve different competencies. And also in the assessment, we really shifting into the literacy. The teacher also have to manage to different teaching approach that has been integrated to promote the student literacy, the character development, also measuring the learning environment in the schools. And this provide us both opportunities and challenge because it needs shifting the paradigm and also dealing with school system and then also teaching and learning. And if we have a look the border crossing between COVID-19 and the new normal, the government has been developed several policy regarding the curriculum. We call it sometimes curriculum darurat and so on, with it reducing in the curriculum the content knowledge and also the assessment itself, that we would like to have the authentic assessment, even though it still face the challenge in the classroom. And also we have the policy like sekolah penggerak, guru penggerak, that planning to empower the teachers and also the school to make up changes in the school system. And the teachers itself, during the COVID-19, the digital literacy has been developed within, it can be like the force within the situation online learning, but it also give the innovative of the teaching methods as well as the assessment, even though the teacher also face the challenge regarding the student motivation, student engagement into online learning. We also will realize that our student will shifting, and then they have experience fully online learning, and then right now they will face to the offline and online learning as a blended learning. And then it will be influence their roles as a students, their roles as since they are a part of the family as well, and also the interaction with the teachers and the peers. And if we have a look the theoretical framework of student identity, the identity itself, it's from G 2009, it's regarding, it can be the nature identity, like you are a child in the family. And if you see the institution identity, you are a student in the schools. The discourse as well is depend on your experience throughout in the school and the family as well. The affinity identity is like myself, that I was born in Jakarta, but both of my parents not in Jakarta. So this kind of identity is fluid. It can be changed, it can be developed, it can be reconstruction throughout our experience, especially in this case is COVID-19 and post-pandemic situation. If you see our students, they have been shifting the student identity regarding the education policy and also local, national, and global situation, that the policy has been integrated in the teaching and learning. Therefore, the learning experience for them is really new, and then we have to help the student to help them to give the transition between pandemic and after pandemic. Therefore, the student's role, values, and beliefs is very important as a part of the learning. And then if you have looked the theoretical framework on the student identity, I mentioned it, the differences between the interaction isolated and the motivation, blended learning, teacher support, peers, and the digital identity. You can have look the ideas of digital identity can be different between each of the students. And the learning itself, not only a cognitive and social experience, but also the identity experience. In the classroom, the cultural background differences affect students' values and ways of thinking and teacher-student interaction. And if you have looked the more deep into we call it CRTT, culturally responsive transformative teaching. When we develop it, the CRTT itself is developed based on the principle of CRT and transformative learning values. Is a part of my dissertation during my PhD. And it also employs the student cultural reference. Cultures doesn't mean only dancing, singing, and then all the cultural practice, but also the culture in the board scope regarding the values and belief. Therefore, we use the culture as the engagement and empowerment, and also it's used for developing social and culture identity and also the agency that I developed the 5 steps of learning. So if the student would like to do the research inscription thesis of or dissertation, I have been working on this since 2014. So if you have a look my publication, it will be moving forward on the culture and also STEAM and also the character based learning. So it involves self-identification, cultural understanding, collaboration, critical reflection, and also transformative construction. And also, based on these 2 framework, the CRT itself, the culturally responsive teaching is cultural knowledge, prior experience, performance style. So that's the things that I take up from the framework. So for creating the meaningful learning experience, we develop through the cultural knowledge. And also the transformative learning itself, it is regarding the students' awareness of their agency to transform society and their lives. Therefore, it is important to engage the student into the case study and then the other issues out of in the society. And then it is the original framework. It is the culturally relevant education, different terminology that has been conducted. But if you have look the theoretical framework on each this, I mostly using the culturally responsive teaching by Guy and also Latson and Billings, the culturally relevant pedagogy. So it's about building the bridge between student experience at home and at schools. So we appreciate their differences and characteristics, and also heritage, culture and language, and also profounds the gap between culturally different struggling in equity schools. So the broad framework can be implemented in the classroom practice as well. So it is the theoretical framework. You can have a look later on regarding the 3 that I have been working on, especially on the Hernandez regarding the 5 main category of content integration. So we have to integrate the content and we have to facilitate student knowledge construction, like using the constructivism approach and so on. Prejudice reduction is about quite similar with social justice regarding to giving similar opportunity for all students, and also the academic development is related to the facilitating knowledge as well. And it is the transformative learning. You can have look all the books. It is the analogy of the butterfly. So the butterfly, it's not only getting bigger, but also getting more beautiful. So it's the power of transformative learning. You have to understanding your culture, self-knowing, relation with others, and you have to being a critical and also visionary on the and ethical knowing, and also know it in action. So it's about self, society, contribute to society, future, and action. And then it is the step. So it's more technical how to implementing in the classroom. So it's like syntax pembelajaran. So the first step is self-identification. So we have to give opportunity for students to understand themselves regarding their learning style, the way how they feel comfortable to learn, and then the teacher also have to understand student background. So it is the first step to implementing this model. The second one is cultural and understanding. It's not only ethnochemistry, ethnoscience, ethnopedagogy, but also the other things regarding integrating the culture understanding, and also regarding the knowledge construction. And the collaboration is important. You can use jigsaw, number head together, the other things that promote the collaboration. And the fourth one is critical reflection regarding explore different perspective. The last one is transformative construction. It's not only student understanding, but also the student values. So it is the one that my student and myself has been implementing. The first one is self-identification. So we have to understand the learning style, the gender, the achievement, and also during the pandemic and the post-pandemic, we have to be asking like students technology comfort level. Even there is a questionnaire mentioned about meaningful learning, online learning regarding the the stressful of the teacher of using the technology. Not only the teachers but also the student that we have to understand. So it is the first part. This the teacher can use like the questionnaire and asking the school's administrators regarding the information of the students, even the student itself being asked to do the reflection. So that's the thing we have done in the classroom. And the second one is the cultural understanding. It should be relate their daily lives, cultural background. So what happened, because my background is chemistry, so I asking the students, like the student living near the river, they mention is, oh, electrolysis solution is like the fish in the rivers. And then if they mention about the electrolysis solution, the other concept they mentioned about the culture values and also the daily lives. So this thing should be integrated in the learning as well, to bridging the cross between pandemic and then new normal. The other example is like the regarding the culture. So all the concept, for example, in my part is chemistry regarding the concept and then the culture practice. So all the culture practice here is related to the chemistry concept as well. And also it is the article that has been employed in the classroom. So if you would like to teach in the classroom, we give the one-page articles, and then student understand the culture itself and also the related to the chemistry concept. And the next, it is example of my PhD supervised students. So they use the CRTT as a model to teach English in the elementary school. So because she come from Medan, so like Alip Brondok and then Ulos, it has been integrated in the student worksheet, and they have been working together even though it is online. And it is the other integrated that we have done through the mobile learning. So because it is currently the technology is really well known, so we integrate throughout the teaching and learning the issue, the practice of the culture before come to the concept. The concept itself regarding the cultural practice, for example, if you mention about the taliwang chicken and so on, you can learn about the exit and base in chemistry. And then also is also related to the kinetical reaction in chemistry, and also the down series beetle leaf also related to exit and base. So that's related to concept and the culture. And then in the collaboration, the on the top on the picture is online. So we use the how to integrate like tape uli and Betawi, and then as a student understanding about the chemistry concept as well. And if you see the project here, I have been working in the different province in Indonesia, including the Bangka Belitung and Bima in this example, and also in Jakarta and Java, the Central Java. And then it is the critical reflection. So they have to do the debate. It can be discussion, it can be case study, because it's a part of critical reflection, a part of the principle of the academic development in CRT. And then the fifth one is the transformative construction. It's not only I put out the Indonesian language regarding how they expression about the learning experience. So it's not only maintain their culture and understand others. So it's not this the question not only about the concept, but also how they see others with it differences, and then how they see themselves as a student with the different background. So I almost the end of my presentation. 3 slides is related to the impact. I has been putting on my journal articles. One of the example is the meaningful learning experience that student more enthusiastic because it's different from the common everyday thinkings. It's also different from what they usually doing in chemistry classroom. We can modify this kind of learning to enrich the chemistry classroom in understanding the topic. And also it's a part of learning identity. It is moving from being passive learners to active learners, because in the situation of the learning model, it's really student-centered. Students have to explore, but the teacher itself have to be shifting, become facilitators in their learning. That's why in this theoretical framework, it mentioned about teachers should help students to construct their own meaning and knowledge through the active process. While it is also challenge the teacher to shift their paradigm for standardized tests to facilitating student inquiry. And the last one is culture identity, because we realize that the pandemic situation, the online situation is give the impact on student identity, especially like hybrid cultures, because they seems a part of global community. They have limited understanding of their own culture, even though in Jakarta, they probably not really understand what is roti buaya in Jakarta. So we have to maintain our indigenous knowledge and also not compare, but it can be side by side with the modern knowledge, what we call it Western knowledge. Okay, it is closing of my presentation today. The CRTT itself developed based on CRT framework and also transformative learning. It includes students' characteristic and cultural reference in all aspects of learning and transformative learning framework. And it engage students in empowerment, the culture identity and learning identity development within meaningful learning experience. Within the new normal, we have to realize that the students shifting their learning identity, not only becoming the active learners because they also face the challenge throughout before pandemic, and become challenging because they have to move from their comfort zone from passive learners into the active learners. And the pandemic situation, which teaching is undertaken remotely and on digital framework, has influenced student identity, and teaching approach should help and engage students in their transition. Thank you very much, everyone. Please feel free to contact me on the end of my presentation. I believe that teaching is not only about delivering knowledge, but also about touching your hearts, student heart, stimulating their thinking and empowering their action. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Yuli, for your
Thank you, Bu.
presentations. It's very holistic and interesting indeed.
Suaranya.
Bumi masih mute.
Yeah. Okay.
Ya,
Okay. It's clear then? Okay. Sorry. I'm using two devices, so it's technical thing. Well, thank you, Dr. Yuli. It's very holistic and very interesting. So, based on experience, I'm as a mother also. My son is in high school students and still have challenges doing the online learning, especially learning the science and something practical like language. Some teachers can accommodate with some instructions, but sometimes it's not really get into their understanding of their background. So I think culture approach will be very suitable for them to get in. So talking about the science thing, so we have the third speaker, Bapak Munas Priyanto Ramli, MA PhD. The topic will be teaching science during on post-pandemic, interactive video and home experiment as alternative approaches. Bapak Munas Priyanto is in Department of Chemistry Education, Faculty of Education Science in Tarbiyah Faculty, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. For Bapak Munas Priyanto, time's yours.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Umi. Suara saya jelas, Bu Umi?
Jelas, Pak.
Okay, great. All right. Distinguished guest speakers and also committees, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everyone. It's such an honor and privilege for me to share my thoughts and also research on science education. So, Professor Ting Wang already talk about transformation and challenge that we have in education nowadays. And then Ibu Professor, calon Professor Yulia, I think Bu Yuli it's almost reached their credits for professors.
Amin, sama-sama
She's
Pak.
quite active in publishing their work, her work. And this morning she talked about identity, and I think it's also a focus the research in science education and how she mentioned about the ethnochemistry, and few of our students in State Islamic University also carried out project in ethnochemistry for their final years. And now I will share my thoughts. Izin ya Bumi, semoga bisa. Okay, I'm talking about teaching science during or post-pandemic. It's not because I'm not optimistic about this vaccination, but the fact that the virus is still there around us. So we are still in the uncertain period. That's why I'm using the during or post-pandemic in the title. And it's kind of more practical and more applied. We are presenting our study about interactive videos and home experiments as alternative approaches. So the COVID-19 has changed the world. COVID-19 has brought devastation around the globe since the WHO's announced the pandemic in March 2020. So it's been almost 1.5 years now. Education, like any other essential industries, of course, hard hit by this pandemic. UNESCO reports that around 800 million students worldwide have been affected by this pandemic. They are not able to attend the schools. They are not able to attend the universities. And most of the countries offer online learning. Only few countries that offer offline learning. Schools around us is closed. The campus is closed. And in Indonesia, school almost closed for about 1.5 years. Now, in most cities, we are starting to have pertemuan tatap muka terbatas or limited face-to-face learning, but still in hybrid mode. So when the school is closed, of course, kids miss so many things. And educational changes, of course, impact to the way children learn. Before the pandemic, they are sitting in front of their desk, listen to the teachers giving lessons. And now, some students, they are hiding behind the screen. Even they don't have to take a bath, just wake up in the morning, turn on the computer, they join a Zoom meeting, Teams, Google Meet, or any other video conferencing platform. And no other activities. They cannot do sports and other physical activities. And sometimes when they are learning, maybe some of the audience here has some experience. Students are lying down in the bed. This is because of the pandemic. What about science experiments? Is science education got an impact from this pandemic? Of course, this pandemic has an impact on science learning. School closed. As a result, laboratory is closed. So students cannot do the experiments. During lockdown periods, I think in the most country, no one can attend the laboratorium and do some experiments. So from my experience, both as secondary and as science educators, I can say that in Indonesia, science, at least in some classes, has been taught in traditional setting. What I mean by traditional setting is teacher using a textbook and busy transferring their knowledge, while students seem being forced to accept this teacher's knowledge. If there are conversations between students and student teachers, it's just as a form of question and answers. So it's kind of difficult for students to make a connection between the theory that they learn in the classroom and also with their daily life. So in order to make such connection between what they learned in the classroom, the theory they learned, educators, teachers, lecturers need to make some efforts to make science more contextual. And one important way is to conduct science experiments. So we can say that experiments play an important role in science education. And research already shown that science experiments help students to develop their argumentation skills, critical thinking skills, develop the scientific literacy, help them to construct their hypothesis. And of course, they will have ability to do practical work in the laboratorium. But during the pandemic, what shall we do? In line with the rapid development of information technology, the science experiment, teachers, lecturers, when they try to carry out science experiment, they have to adjust this kind of technology. Yeah. And nowadays we can see that in some places, teachers, lecturers, students do the experiment by using virtual experiment or virtual laboratorium. And beside the virtual laboratorium, we can do something else. Yeah. We can do interactive learning laboratory work through interactive videos and also do home experiments. The utilization of interactive videos is certainly very helpful because students don't need to come to the schools as they are banned from the schools. So they just stay in front of their screen and watching the video, and during the video there is an interaction between the students and also the laboratory assistant, and giving them a chance to carry out home experiments is also give them the experience to do the real work what scientists do. So the present study is to aim to explore interactive video and home experiment as alternative approaches for teaching science experiment or laboratory work. And it's basically based on my research and my students' research, me and my students, and also from chemistry education department, about two small scale projects that we combined to this presentation. Let's look at interactive video experiments. We're implementing interactive video experiments. We have here, like can you see on the screen, we have 4 stages. First, we develop interactive video. So we are assessing the lesson materials with materials that can be carried out can be recorded. And then after we take the shoot, we did editing, and when the video ready, we are teaching laboratory work using interactive videos. Students are given a schedule to have a club meeting to learn about the experiments, And then after that, we are assessing students' worksheet, and then we did an interview to look at a student perception about this kind of approach. So this is a sample of a clip of the video. So can you hear the voice? Ibu Umi, suaranya kedengaran nggak?
Enggak, kayaknya harus share sound ya, Pak.
Oke, coba
Belum.
Yeah, harus share sound.
Can you hear now?
Enggak ya?
Not yet.
Apa saya aja?
Terdengar tetapi kurang keras, Pak.
Kurang
Oh, iya.
kencang ya?
Oke.
Mungkin volumenya, Pak.
Yeah, the volume maybe, Pak.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because it may do the video compression. I think the quality is not
Okay.
that good.
Okay.
All right.
Bahan yang pertama itu ada AgNO3,
Enough.
HNO3, lalu juga ada MgCl2. Nah, karena kita udah lama nggak praktikum juga, nah saya akan menunjukkan alat-alatnya saja, tapi kalian sebutkan di Google Form yang telah disediakan. Nah, yang pertama ada alat ini, kira-kira apa namanya? Silakan isi di Google Form yang telah disediakan. Lalu yang kedua ada ini, yang ketiga ada ini, yang keempat ada ini, dan ini juga ya bahan yang terjadi pada saat penyaringan. Setelah kita melakukan proses penyaringan, nah terjadilah dan terbentuklah endapan. Bisa kalian lihat sendiri. Nah, terdapat endapan di dalam asaring. Nah, kira-kira apa tindakan atau proses yang akan dilakukan setelah ini? Nah, kalau misalnya kalian tahu, kalian bisa isi di Google Form yang telah disediakan.
Alright, that's the clip of the interactive video. So different from the video that you watch in YouTube. For interactive video, there's a few questions that you have to answer by filling the form that we provide. So that's why we call this interactive video, because when you watch a YouTube, just sitting down in front of your screen, there's no such interaction. But here, for the interactive video, there's such interaction between the laboratory assistant and also the students. All right, so we look at the student experience by implementing this interactive video experiment. Yeah, of course, any approach that teachers and lecturers implemented during this pandemic will give new experience for students. Many things that we never thought before the pandemic become usable new things. I've never imagined that we can carry it out or we have to carry out experiment through this kind of things. And I think Bu Yuli, for example, she's also coming from chemistry education. We've never imagined that before the pandemic that we can do this IT. Okay. And learning chemistry experiment can host to meet someone. Okay, right. So then we'll have a new experiences. Then of course this is different than doing laboratorium work at the campus. Okay, so they get a representation of the theory that they learn in the classroom. And they have to pay more attention and understand the procedure of the experiments. Why? Because there is a form that they have to fill. They have to fill in the form, so they have to pay more attention. If they don't pay attention, they cannot answer. They cannot fill it in the form that we provide. So it also provides new insight for our students because our students are pre-service teachers. So in the near futures, they will be teachers, not all of the students, of course, but I think most of the students there will be teachers in the near futures. So they can see that, okay, there's such a technology that they can use to uh, to carry out experiment. Why? Because this this is not only useful for pandemic, but sometimes if the school has to close due to the natural disaster, for example, or maybe the teachers pregnant or in emergency situation, there is no substitute teacher to replace. So this kind of activities they can use. This is the example of quote from the students. Interactive videos require us to focus on the details in the videos so that uh, it will be more interesting than just watching YouTube videos and then making conclusion from the video. More interesting and meaningful because the interactive video experiments provide a clearer picture of the theory that has been studied. And interactive videos also have a positive impacts in terms of student engagement. Why? Because students are required to pay attention to the video and respond according to the instruction given by a laboratory assistant. So they cannot laying down while watching this video or doing this experiments. They cannot hide somewhere behind the screen because they have to fill the form, and also they have to submit their reports after the online laboratory work. So this is a view of students' perception. I think interactive video like this makes students more active when we are doing experiments in the lab due to limited tools and materials. Yeah, I have to say that the laboratory in our department has need to be improved. It's quite limited compared to the science faculty. So we had to take turns and might not feel the same way with other. And another students reveals that this interactive online experiment motivates students to engage because we have to answer some question and we have to fill a short report. However, there are challenges that we face for this interactive video. First is difficulty in taking videos. Some chemical reaction occurs in sudden, very fast, very quick, so we cannot get the nice pictures. So we need more advanced materials. For the video that I played before, we just use a very simple material. Just use a smartphone with a microphone, and that's it. So it's not really great in taking the pictures for the chemical reaction. And also there are limitations of infrastructure here in Indonesia. Unstable internet network, not only in rural area. Some students, even they're living in Jakarta, they have the stable internet network. Due to the skyscrapers around us, I don't know. And also another issue is about the quota, because some students may have limited financial support. If every subject taught by video conferencing mode, so they will run of the quota. So there are some challenges that we have for this interactive video. And as can you see in the screen, the obstacle I face is the speed of the internet connection, which sometimes makes delay on the video, so video didn't play properly. So there are at least two obstacle I face during laboratory learning using interactive video. First, the internet connection is sometimes bad, so the video runs intermittently. Second, the video sound is less clear. So based on the challenges, of course, there are some aspects that need to be improved. Yeah, so the explanation in the video and students and laboratory assistant internet connection and also video quality. So if we want to create such a very nice, high quality video, of course, we should have the advanced equipment. In terms of the home experiments, we are implementing 4 stages. We are analyze the lesson materials, and then we develop worksheet, and then students carry out experiment at home. So this is maybe what Ibu Umi thinking, how kids learn science experiments at home because the school are closed. And then we are analyze the students' report. So for carrying out the home experiment, we should, teachers, lecturers, and also parents should pay attention with some factors. The first one, the teachers should analyze the lesson, so the experiments should match the lesson or the curriculum. Of course, we have to carry out the simple and easy experiments. The materials easy to get, it's not difficult ones, not expensive, because not all students can buy the expensive material, and less risk because we know some chemicals are harmful. And for kids, usually students in the primary school, they need supervised by adults. So pay the attention for these factors. And of course, there are a lot of topics that can be done at home to support science learning. You can do the science learning science experiment in the kitchen. You can learn acid and base, color it. You can learn reaction rate, and the physics you can learn density, Newton's law. You can carry out experiments on parts of plants, respiration, or state of matters. You can do the experiments, light, sounds, many topics that can be supported by the home experiments. But the homework is that teachers should prepare the worksheet and make a clear instruction about this home experiment. So when the students carry out the home experiment, we ask them, we require them to take a video of their experiment. This is a sample of the home experiment that carried out by our students.
Di sini saya akan melakukan praktikum mengenai efek pindah. Di depan saya sudah ada parutan dari masing-masing gelas yang berisikan 100 ml air pada masing-masing gelas, dan pada gelas pertama di sini ada garam, larutan garam, lalu ada larutan susu, di sini berisikan air dengan kopi, lalu air dengan tepung kanji, lalu air dengan sabun cuci piring, lalu air dengan pasir, dan yang terakhir air dengan kecap. Baik, kita akan melakukan praktikum yang pertama. Itu kita akan mengaduk terlebih dahulu agar semuanya tercampur rata. Baik, semuanya sudah tercampur. Langkah selanjutnya yaitu kita akan menyinari gelas yang berisi larutan dengan menggunakan flashlight. Ini adalah campuran air dengan garam. Nah, di sini sudah terlihat antara zat pelarut dan zat pelarut sudah tercampur sempurna sehingga cahaya dapat ditembuskan. Dan ini mengakibatkan bahwa campuran ini merupakan larutan. Selanjutnya yaitu gelas kedua yang berisikan air dengan susu. Dapat dilihat cahaya tidak dapat ditembuskan, maka campuran ini disebut dengan koloid.
So there's the video is taken by students while she's doing the experiment. So we can bring this video to the class and we can analyze together with student if there's any misconception happen or some mistakes, so we can discuss it. Oh, sorry. All right. So, student finds that the home experiment are meaningful because it's almost a year that they never come to the campus. They don't do any experiments in chemistry education. There are quite a lot of courses that should get support by the experiments. In fact, only in the last 1 year, they only stay at home, just read the module of the experiments and look at YouTube. And when they carry out the online learning using this kind of approach, they feel that it's meaningful because they can connect what they learn by theory and the practical work. And also, it gives ideas and inspiration for students. And on the other hand, this kind of approach also improve the creativity of the students because they have to take the videos, they have to do the experiments at the same time, and they have to understand the worksheet. And we are analyzing the students' report to look at how this approach develops student science process skills. And for those who are not familiar with science process skill is a set of skills used in scientific activities. And so we can tell people that science is more than a collection of facts. So it will be prepare students becoming a scientist or know what scientists do. And if you look at the literature, I quite a lot literature on science process skills. Most of the authors says that there are 6 basic principles and also another integrated skills as the part of science process skills. And for this study, we are look at 8 skills: observing, classifying, using tools, applying concept, interpreting, predicting, hypothesizing, and communicating. And based on analyzing the video and also students report that we can classify the students' science process skills into very good for the observing, classifying, using tools and material, applying concept and communicating. It's good for interpreting and predicting. And it's only classified as fair for making hypotheses. Just because they are not doing the experiment for such a long time. So they maybe, I don't know, don't have any ideas to create such a good hypothesis. But in general, home experiments can support and students to develop their science process skills. So in short, interactive videos and home experiments can be used as alternative approaches in teaching and learning laboratory works, and a meaningful approach to provide experience, improve students' engagement, and develop skills. And of course, due to our limitation, I think there are further research can be done by the researchers or by pre-service teachers here. You can use interactive video, home experiment, and look at from different angles, from student argumentation and from how this kind of approach helps students to develop their science literacy, or how can we integrated computational thinking to the interactive video and home experiment. There are so many possible research can be done in the near future. Thank you for your kind attention. That's all from me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Doctor. Yeah, that's all for the third speaker. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, and I think I'm very interested with the supervision things. So the order will be tell to the parents too, especially for the high school and underage student in learning science. All right. We have around 371 participants at the moment, and we just go for the questions. Yes, please display the question. Thank you. Okay, we have some questions here. The first questions for Professor Ting Wang. It's from media, from UIN Jakarta. Among the 3 different learning approaches offered by campus, like sing, unseen, and combined methods in your slide 8, which is the most effective one according to the lectures at the University of Canberra, and how is the feedback from students? Yes, please, Ting.
Thank you so much, Umi.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks
Media.
for the question. Media, thanks. This is a great question. In terms of the 3 learning approaches, synchronous, asynchronous, and combined methods. So which is the best? So sometimes it's really hard for you to judge which is the best. So it all depends on the students' preferences. For instance, for some students, particularly international students, they enjoy synchronous activities because they come to Australia, they would like to study on campus. But for those students who have family commitments and who have the work commitments, they would prefer to have asynchronous approach because they can study according to their own pace. So generally speaking, and for instance, in my faculty of education, and all our undergraduate students are initial teacher education students. They are required to attend face-to-face tutorials. So in the past, but of course during COVID-19 and everything has been done and online. But if we are talking about future or post-COVID-19, and as I've explained, we are now scheduling all this, we call the timetabling for the next year. For the undergraduate units or courses, or in your course, and you may use the term and the subjects. And for instance, we have one course or one unit, 300 students. We have 10 or 12 tutorials. The majority of the tutorials will be, face-to-face. But for the 2 or 1, we will be scheduling asynchronous or virtually for the students. So as I mentioned, so this is a great question, which is the most effective one according to the lecturers. As I mentioned, it's hard to judge and which is the most effective one. But in the long run, we can see that synchronous and asynchronous and combined methods will be used simultaneously. But of course, as I mentioned, international students and students with different family home commitments, and we, the faculty or the university, will need to take this into consideration and provide the students with opportunities of more flexibility and accessibility. I hope I've answered your question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, thank you, Professor Ting Wang. Right, we go to the next question from Fidriani to Dr. Yuli. How to develop identity for elementary and early childhood by online learning?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bu Umi. Thank you so much, Bu atau Mbak Fidrayani ya. So the good thing about the learning experience in the elementary and early childhood, especially in Indonesia, is beside the overloaded content as well, but there is a little bit shifting, but like we have in the curricula, for example, in elementary school, we have the theme of diriku. Diriku is a part of exploring student identity. So exploring student identity can be done in 2 ways: engage them in the experience, and then asking them to do the reflections, like asking them, what do you like at home, and then do you have a sister? So we have to engage them. You have the roles, not only as students, you are also a member of family. That's why sometimes the elementary school students of even childhood, they will be asking like, what is the hobby of your fathers? what are your mother doing at home. It is the way to develop the identity, because the early stage of development, exploring the identity is very important. Even myself, I'm doing my PhD is exploring my teaching identity. So even until now, the identity is fluid. It's keep changing, like myself as a mother, myself as a head department, myself as at the same time a lectures, at the same time I'm also a student from my supervisor, because we still have the communication. So it's like in the early stage is very important. That's why engage students in their daily life. Even though I think in online learning, even myself have daughters of the junior high school and the elementary schools, the teachers give the task that's really relevant to the daily lives, like writing a diary about the family, about what she likes, and also they have to explore the plants, the animals at house, and they have to like, do you like the animals? So it's the way, but the student itself not realize it's a part of development of the identity. So I think the teaching approach and everything, the reflection and experience is very good at this stage. So the teacher hopefully not really focus only the concept, but also developing the identity, the character itself. Thank you, Bu Umi.
Okay, thank you. So it's very suitable in teaching language then for exploring this.
Yes, because we have the thematic, isn't it, in the
Exactly.
elementary and even the
Yeah.
early childhood as well.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Ibu Yuli. Go to Pak Munas Prianto. The question from Eva Fadila. Interactive video are, of course, great for triggering learner engagement. I wonder, however, to what extent does interactive learning guarantee better learning outcomes? Please, Pak Munas.
Okay, thank you, Bumi. Thank you, Bu Eva Fadila, for an interesting question and also challenging question. To what extent does interactive videos guarantee better learning outcomes? All right, so better learning outcomes compared to what? Yeah. So I can say that, of course, doing the real experiments still the best way to learn the laboratory works. Because when you are using videos like interactive videos and also watching videos through platforms such as YouTube, it will give you knowledge. But the laboratorium atmosphere, yeah, and ambient, how to you feel when you touch the glass material, it's different. Yeah, you cannot touch anything. You cannot use your sensory to do the experiments. So compared to the laboratorium experiments, the interactive videos, I think, yeah, it's still the real experiments still better than interactive videos. But the fact that we are in a uncertain period, we cannot come to a laboratory to do the experiments. So we should find another alternative ways to support students with laboratory work. So based on this situation and condition, I can say that interactive video is one meaningful approach. It's still better than just watching the video experiments, because there are interaction during the interactive videos while the video is playing. The students have to fill in the form, but they have to submit the reports. While watching the YouTube, they don't have to do anything. So compared to just a traditional video experiment, I can say that the process and the outcomes will be better than interactive videos. But if we compare to the real experiments, still for me, the real experiments is the best one. For example, you want to try fried chicken, and your kids, your husband on the screen saying, "So this is a fried chicken, mommy. Can you try it? Or you want me to tell you the taste? It's very nice. It's very good. Let me. I will bite it. Wow, it's so yummy, mommy. You can imagine that, but you cannot taste it. So, like I said, compared to the real one, the interactive videos I think, has less beneficial. But compared to the traditional videos, the interactive video experiment has a better learning outcome. I think that's booming.
Okay, thank you, Pak Munas. Yeah, I would like also to share my experience that in learning science, one of my son's teacher, the topic is about mixturing, and then she trying to deliver in other ways, like my son's being asked to make like pancake. So they mixturing the flour, the sugar, eggs, and stir it and making like that. So the aim of this topic is about how they understand about the concept of mixturing. Yes, and it doesn't need to make like chemical thing. Yes, cooking is one of the mixturing too. Okay, thank you, Pak Munas. We go to the next question. All right. Okay, for Professor Ting Wang, we have Siti Hamida. The question is, in your opinion, how can teachers adjust themselves to new ideas and developments in technology, as not all of them are open to changes, especially demanding ones? Please, Professor Ting Wang.
Thank you so much, Siti. This is a great question. How can teachers adjust themselves to new ideas and developments in technology? Well, you know that no one would actually be very comfortable and if we ask them to move out their comfort zone. So this is a great question. But you know that, and sometimes, particularly during the crisis, we have to adapt. We have to make changes very quickly. So I can tell you this is more like an incident in my university. Last year, when the pandemic first started in China, we have many Chinese overseas students and couldn't get back to campus. And then the university looked at, okay, all right, we need to provide some online classes to those students. But across the university, you know what? And we have very few online courses. That's a pity. So we have to work out how we can adapt to the needs of the students. However, in May last year, when the outbreak happened in Australia or in Canberra, the whole university transferred to online learning within 2 weeks. Actually, in 1 week adjustment, the next week, everything's changed. So for the teachers, and of course, as educational leaders, and myself as educational leader, we need to, persuade the teachers to embrace the new ideas and embrace the benefits of adopting new technology. So technology enhanced learning has become part of our life. As we all see all across the world, and in Indonesia and everywhere. So the teachers, they will have to adjust themselves. So as institutions, you can't just let teachers go for it and think. So institutional support would be very important for the teachers to shift to the new environments. Institutional support in terms of all the training, professional development, technological support, and additionally, the well-being of teachers is very important. So we care about teachers. So that's why when teachers feel frustrated and anxious, this is normal. Yeah. So that's why, and as institutions, as institutional leaders, as faculty deans, we need to consider the emotional response of the teachers. In addition to provide the institutional support, we also need to consider their workload. So that's why, and currently, and in my university, we know that, and because I'm supervising about 10 program directors, and we have regular meetings, says if you feel overwhelmed, you need to identify some tasks which can be dropped. So otherwise, people will feel very hard because it can't sustain. And last year when COVID-19 hit Australia, we said, okay, all right, in 6 months, everything will be normal. But now after nearly 2 years, we are still talking about when life will go back to normal. When can I travel overseas? So that's why this is a great question. It's not just about technology, it's about the mind side, it's about the support for the teachers, and so that they feel comfortable, they will move, adapt, and they embrace the changes, particularly in those trying, difficult times. Thank you so much. Thank you, Siti. This is a great question. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you. Back to you, Wumi.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I think the demanding not only happen for the teacher but also for the students, especially in Indonesia. We still have like technology literacy. Even the infrastructure is not really supported for this case. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the support, institutional support for the teachers, and as well as for the students.
Yeah.
And the students and some, particularly those who are from disadvantaged backgrounds, they don't have access to the internet. And well, for example, in my faculty, we actually provide the financial funding for those students.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Prof. We go to Ibu Yuli. The questions from Suwarsito, how to explore the strategic management and decision-making process required in dealing with the change and transformation. Time's yours.
Yes, thank you, Bu Umi. Thank you, Pak Suwarsito, for the questions. Probably I'm thinking of probably it is the management question, isn't it, Bu Umi? But since my dissertation, my PhD dissertation is regarding the transformative education and also transformative learning values, probably I can give just a little bit insightful, and also I have write a paper regarding the transformative university. So I think in the transformation process, if you see the transformative learning values, it's about the transforming the changes of the values and beliefs. It's really fundamental issue in transformative learning theories, because if you have looked the behaviorism, cognitivism, constructivism, and humanism, and the last one is the transformative learning theory, is about transforming something. Not only that, I mentioned the analogy of the butterfly, it's not only getting bigger but also it's getting better. So regarding the strategic management and the decision making, I pointed out the most important is the leaderships, the transformative leadership that has been shaping the culture organization and also has been influenced by the external environments. And then I believe that the decision making not only from the top but also from the bottom, because the transformative learning values is like the force, the power, the empowerment. The leader is the leader itself, like probably in the classroom, is like the facilitator. So it should be from the students. That's why if the teaching and learning process integrated the transformative learning values, it should be like the student be aware of themselves. The student have to be aware of their relationship with others. And the student have to be aware to being a critical, what is the hegemony, what is the influence around their learnings, and they have to have opportunity for envisioning, and they have to have opportunity doing action. So I have been explore different teaching models throughout my research. So if you have time to have a look different research approach that has been integrated, including the narrative research as well. That's all, Bu Umi. Thank you so
Okay.
much, Pak Suwarsito.
Yeah. Thank you. So it reminds me to perhaps Professor Tingwang can give the comments since your background is on the leadership and education management.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Umi, and thank you, Yuli. Yuli, you have done a great job in terms of answering this
Yeah,
question.
mine
From
chemistry
your
education.
perspective. And my area is educational leadership. When I looked at it, like, wow, gee, this is an excellent question. Yeah, this is
Right.
fantastic. And we're now living in the age of change. And the first concept which comes to my mind is readiness for change. Are you ready for the change? So how can you get ready for the change? Personally, at the organizational level and the team level. So I can tell you, and in my university, and when the pandemic hit the Australia and hit our campus, and the campus and was and shut down, we had weekly and sometimes daily meetings. So what kind of meetings? Business continuity meetings. How can we ensure business as usual? So business continuity. So in terms of the strategic management, so continuous business continuity meetings, actually we have to be very swift as a decision maker in the faculty, the deans, associate deans. We need to make quick questions. We need to provide a sense of certainty, consistency, clarity for the staff members. Because if they look to the leaders, well, we're confused. Yeah, tell us what to do. And then we have to tell them, okay, all right. And all the exams will not be required. And all the exams and tests will need to be changed to alternative assessments. Yeah, of course, I like Dr. Remley's and the presentation about alternative home experiment. So this is very interesting. I know that, and for some of our courses in terms of the science one, and this is a bit tricky because in Australia, we are talking about insurance. And, and then the lecturers, they were quite reluctant to encourage the students to engage in many home experiments because just in case explosion, anything goes wrong, who will be responsible for this?
Yep.
So this is the legal implication, so will be involved. So in terms of the strategic management and decision-making processes, in difficult times, we require crisis leadership. We require adaptive leadership and also require facilitative leadership and also strong leadership. Because it takes time for you to consult, to be very consultative, but during crisis, you don't have much time to consult because the people would like clarity, consistency. What can we do next? So quick decision will need to be made. So that's why, and it's of course responsibility. So I can feel the responsibility in the difficult times. And to be honest, in the last year, and in terms of business continuity, I chaired in the faculty, we had about 40 business continuity meetings. So strategic management, decision-making processes, and of course, timely consultation with not all, some of the staff would be required. So in order to deal with unanticipated changes and transformation in the process, leadership matters, and also context matters. So some of the strategies you have utilized in Indonesia may not work in Australia. But if I tell you we have 10 cases in Canberra, the whole city is still in lockdown, you must be thinking this is a joke. I hope I can answer the question. Thank you. Umi, back to you.
Great. Thank you, Professor. Yeah, it's very insightful indeed. Yeah. Okay, we go to Pak Munas Priyanto. The question from Fridrayani, it's in Bahasa. So, how the effectivities of the science learning through online, including the assessment. Yeah, please, Pak Munas.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Mi, and thank you, Ibu Fidra, for the interesting question, how the effectiveness of science learning through online. Yeah. I think it's quite similar with other subjects. So when we talk about the effectivity or effectiveness, both online or offline learning, it's really depend on the approach that we have, the methodology. And Professor Wang mentioned before, you can use like a synchronous, asynchronous model, or you can mix them. So yeah, we have to be open-minded, to be creative, and try to get beneficial from all the technology. So if you want to make the lessons effective, of course, we have to use different methodologies, same like when you teach offline learning. But the fact that some subjects have their characteristic. So in terms of the, can we say like, will we teach science effective during this online learning? We can look at from the topics that we learn. Some topics require students to carry out experiments. So if they don't do experiments, how come we say that this is effective? But some topics may not require experiments. Or if they require experiments, it's very simple, or we can just replace that with a virtual laboratorium. So still we can teach the students effectively. So it's really depend on the strategy that we have, the approach that we implemented in teaching online learning. And about the assessment, we all know about the authentic assessment, right? So how can we implement that during this pandemic? I think last month I have a very nice conversation with my friends and colleagues that they are also lecturers, and we are coming with the conclusion that when we use the paper-based examination, paper-based test, the grade of the students is much better compared to before pandemic. Even in some classes, most of students can answer the difficult problems. And then we assuming that they are such a creative generation, they may ask their students the right answers, or they may find something through the internet so they can answer the question. But if you are doing like project based learning, ask them to create such a project, yeah, and then they can take a video of that project, and we can assess that. I think it will make our science assessment more effective rather than paper-based. Because in my experience, I taught some of my students do copying and paste their friends' works due to the technology. But when you ask them to carry out the science project, take a video of it, how can they copy paste the video? We know who's inside the video, we know that they're doing this. So it's really dependent. It's really depend on how the strategy we use to teach online and how strategy we use when we are doing the assessment. And I think it's can be worked for other subjects too. I think that's all, Bu Umi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Munas. Is there any other question? Okay, we go to the next slide. Okay, that's all. Right. Right. Before we're really close to the finish of this session. So before we close, I would like to all of the speaker giving the closing statement. Before finish, we start from Dr. Yuli.
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Umi. Thank you so much for the opportunity for me. Like I mentioned, as an educator, we have opportunity to give contribution to the society. So it is important to stimulate our student identity, empowering their identity and also their agency. And we also have opportunity to transforming not only ourselves but also society, even national in global level. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, Dr. Munas Prianto, for your closing statement.
Okay, thank you, Bu Umi, and I thank you for all the committees and Pak Stiwan, and also to invite me as speakers for this plenary session. 3 years ago, I was the chairman of ICEMS, I think 2-3 years ago, and I have been a reviewer for ICEMS 4, and now such an honor and privilege for me to talk here. To conclude this session, people say that when one door closes, another door opens.
Yeah.
COVID-19 closed our home. It closed your house doors. It closed your campus. It closed your schools. But information technology opened the door to the world. So what we need is to be more creative, to be more productive and innovative, and take beneficial from the technology, so we can transform the education and we can face the challenge that we have in the field of this education. And don't forget to stay safe, stay healthy, because we are still in this, we can say post-pandemic, but I think it's still in uncertain period. The COVID-19 is still here around us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Munas Prianto Ramli. The closing statement will be delivered by Professor Ting Wang. Time's yours.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. I would like to say thank you to the conference committee for organizing this wonderful conference. I attended the conference yesterday afternoon, and I've learned a lot from other speakers, and also I've learned a lot from two speakers today. And also a thank you and to those who have asked great, very insightful questions. So I'm very hopeful and optimistic. I will be able to visit your beautiful campus. I've seen all the buildings and some photos of your campus, and I hope and also I'm looking forward to visiting your campus, to visiting your beautiful country again. Thank you and good luck, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Ting Wang. Okay, finally, we're already in the final stage of these sessions. Before that, we would like to provide you a certificate awarded. This time will be delivered by our Dean of Education to Dr. Sururin Emage. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for Professor Tin Wang, and then Ibu Yuli Rahmawati, and
Ibu.
Bapak Munas Prianto Ramli, PhD, and then our moderator, awesome. Thank you, and thank you very much. On behalf of the faculty, we thank you very much for sharing your experience, your knowledge, your information for all of our in this conference. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your contribution to our conference, and welcome to our campus. If the next time, please welcome, and we can join our conference the next year maybe, and the other kegiatan lainnya ya. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, can give applause. Right, thank you very much for Professor Ting Wang from the University of Canberra, Ibu Yuli Rahmawati from UNJ, and Bapak Dr. Munas Priyanto from UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Yeah, Ibu Dekan, would you mind to give the certificate award?
Okay, this is certificate for all of our speaker. Thank you. The first for Professor Tin Wan. I am so sorry. This is the text. Okay. Thank you. The first for Professor Tin Wan, and then Bapak Munas Rianto, and then Ibu Yuri Rahmawati. Thank you very much for your sharing information, your knowledge, and your experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think we already come to the end of our session. Thank you very much for all the participants who still stays with us until the end of this discussions, and thank you for your activity, giving the very insightful questions. And also for the speakers, thank you very much for your time and your shares. Perhaps we can meet again someday in the good discussion event like this conference. And I apologize if I made some mistakes, and we can back to the ceremony for the master ceremonial. And I'm Umi Kulsum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to all the speakers and also to Dr. Umi Kulsum for moderating such an interesting discussion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we will see the poster session, and there will be 3 informative and unique posters submitted by the participants. Please enjoy.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, walhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Amma ba'du. My name is Taqiyuddin Muhammad Robani from Tasawuf Studies, Faculty of Usuluddin Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta, and I'm here with my partner, Dr. Surudin. In this opportunity, I would like to tell about digitalizing Islamic teaching and learning in pesantren, case studies in pesantren Musyeki Kudus, Central Java. And we will use 4 keywords. First, pesantren, 2, digitalizing, 3, COVID-19, and 4, teaching and learning. Let's start with pesantren. Pesantren is one of the Islamic educational institutions in Indonesia, and became one of the oldest institutions in Indonesia. That's why pesantren traditional values are strongly maintained. In addition, there are several pesantren that use modern technology to develop the pesantren in this digital era. And one of the pesantren is pesantren Musyeki Kudus, Central Java, which has developed from traditional Islamic education into digital learning. As stated in Islam, al-muhafadhatu ala qadri musallim wal akhdhu bil jadidil aslah. That means maintain good old tradition and adopt new better habits. But in this case, pesantren Musyeki has several factors that make this pesantren develop. One of factors is COVID-19, and from here we can learn how something that looks bad like a pandemic can make us grow to be better. Pesantren Musyeki has developed from traditional Islamic education into digital learning using YouTube as a digital platform. And how it's going? Pesantren Musyeki in 2019 such as another tradition of pesantren in Indonesia, digitalizing education isn't constant yet. But in 2020, because of pandemic COVID-19 in this year, started increasing in Indonesia, and that impact most of the pesantren closed. And in this case, digitalizing education started to be a big concern because pesantren have to educate santri who wasn't in pesantren. And Pesantren Musiki was started digitalizing teaching and learning in this year. It started uploading video of Kiai, reading Arabic classic texts without Arabic pronunciation, or in Indonesia it's called Kitab Kuning. The first digital teaching learning video is Fathul Mu'in, and it's entitled Fathul Mu'in Romo Kiai Haji Muhammad Arifin Hanani 1 Ramadan 1441 Hijriah, and uploaded to YouTube on 25 April 2020. It has 14,490 views. And in 2020, Pesantren Musiki grew very fast until now. Pesantren Musiki has 4.15k subscribers, from 400 subscribers in January 2020, and has 186,178 views at 1 October 2021. Now this pesantren is using three kind of classical kitab fikih for digital teaching and learning. This pesantren is using three kind of classical kitab fikih for digitalizing teaching and learning. The first is Fathul Mu'in, second is Fathul Qorib, and the third is Bahjatul Basair. Maybe it's enough for me, and thank you for watching. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today and in this good occasion, we would like to present our paper about logical fallacies in Indonesian English foreign language learners, analytical exposition writing, by Albian Shah, Ratna Sari Dewi, and M. Ale. The outlines of our presentations are abstract, introduction, method, result and discussion, conclusions, and implication. Well, without further delay, let's start from the abstract. The present study aimed to see the correlation between students' logical fallacies toward their analytical exposition writing. This study was conducted at the 11th grade students at Vocational High School in the academic year 2020-2021 in the midst of pandemic situation of COVID-19. And they were selected through random sampling. The students were given a logical fallacy test and an analytical exposition writing test. By employing analysis of product moment correlation, the statistical evidence for hypothesis testing indicated that logical fallacy was not found to be significantly correlated with students' analytical exposition writing. It showed that the Pearson correlation coefficient between participants' logical fallacies and analytical exposition writing was negative 0.062, which indicated a very weak negative correlation. Then the p-value was 0.610, indicated that it was higher than 0.05. Findings indicated that vocational high school students still had problems regarding logical fallacy in their analytical exposition writing. Therefore, it was suggested to infuse logical fallacies into the students' analytical exposition writing instruction. And here are some slideshows of our outlines. Okay, that's all our presentation. More and less, please apologize. Thank you very much for your attention. And at last we say, Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tia Rahma Fajarianti. I'm from UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Here, I will present the result of my research, and my lecturer is Miss Erina Hertanti, MSE, in the poster with the title The Effect of Research-Based Digital Module Towards Student Science Literacy Ability in Static Fluid Materials. The main problem of this study is the implementation of physics learning activities that don't involve the scientific process that can train students' science literacy ability, especially in the competence aspect. As a result, the development of students' science literacy ability is not maximal. A solution given in this study is research-based digital module as a teaching material. This study was conducted at Dharma Karya UT Senior High School with quasi-experimental method and non-equivalent control group design. The study used purposive sampling to decide the sample of the study with following classification: 11 IPA 2 as experimental class and 11 IPA 1 as control class. Instruments of the study were test and non-test. The test was science literacy test that contained 10 questions, and non-test was a questionnaire. In addition, based on statistical calculation of post-test by using non-parametric test Mann-Whitney, showed that significant score to tilde 0.011, low than significant level 0.05. It showed that there was an effect of research-based digital module towards student science literacy ability. Meanwhile, the result of N-gain showed the enhancement of student science literacy ability. Moreover, the result of questionnaire also showed that the use of research-based digital module towards student science literacy ability was good category is 73%. The purpose of this research is to determine the effect of research-based digital module towards student science literacy ability in static fluid materials. Then, the method used in this research is quasi-experiment and non-equivalent control group design. There are two variables. The first, research-based digital module as independent variable. The second, science literacy ability as dependent variable. The result of the analysis showed that before being given treatment, the average value of the experimental class is lower than the average value of the control class. However, after being given different treatment, the average value of the experimental class was higher than the average value of the control class. Based on the hypothesis test that significant value to tilde lower than significant level, it showed that there was an effect of research-based digital module towards student science literacy ability. Meanwhile, the result of N-gain showed the enhancement of student science literacy ability. In the experimental class, there are two aspects of competence that have increased with a medium category and one aspect of competence with a low category. In the control class, there is one aspect of competence that has increased in the medium category and two aspects of competence in the low category. In conclusion, there are some effects of research-based digital module towards student science literacy in static fluid. In addition, the N-gain result show that there is an enhancement on student science literacy, explaining phenomena scientifically, evaluating and designing scientific research, and interpreting data and scientific evidence. Moreover, the questionnaire result showed that the using of research-based digital module in learning is in good category, is 73%. The main reference in this study use several sources including is OECD, Usmeldi, Sugiono, and Sanjaya. I would like to express the greatest gratitude to ICEMS organizers, advisors, teachers of Dharma Karya UT Senior High School, and students who have participated in this study. Thank you for attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to all the participants for the presentations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the parallel station agenda, now we're going to listen to the voices of students, teachers, and administrators on online learning. And then after that, we will continue to the prayer break for 60 minutes. And then after the prayer break, we will see you again at 1 p.m. for the parallel session. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Dadan Nugraha, and I'm a lecturer at the Faculty of Educational Science, State Islamic University, Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. I'm currently a PhD candidate at the School of Social Science, Education and Social Work, Queen's University, Belfast, United Kingdom. I'm here supported by the scholarship of 5,000 dokter from the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. At this very precious moment, I would like to extend my warmest greeting from Belfast and congratulate the Faculty of Educational Science, State Islamic University, Jakarta, for organizing the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society in Indonesia. For all speakers and participants, I hope all of you enjoy the talks and discussions in this annual conference. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Desmaliza or Iza. I'm the lecturer at the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training, Queen's Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Now, I'm doing my PhD at the University of Manchester, the United Kingdom. I got scholarship from the Minister of Religious Affairs or Mora 5,000 dokter. In this occasion, I would like to say congratulations to the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training Queen's Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta for the big event, the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. This conference brings together the practitioners and the researchers from all over the world. Therefore, I believe this conference will enhance the quality of education in Indonesia, especially for the Muslim society. Good luck to all of you, the committees, the participants, as well as the speakers.
Assalamualaikum. I am Suram, lecturer in Islamic Early Childhood Education Department, UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta. Currently, I'm in the United Kingdom, pursuing my PhD in Queen's University Belfast. I'm also an awardee of Honor Scholarship from Ministry of Religious Affairs Indonesia. I would like to congratulate everyone involved in International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. I believe that this conference will be beneficial and act as a catalyst to the current education trends. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ahmad Madkur. I am one of the alumni of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teachers Training with Hidayatullah Jakarta. Now I am a PhD student at the University of Melbourne, Australia. In this occasion, I would like to express my appreciation and say congratulations for everyone, especially the committees, all speakers, all presenters and participants who take part in this such wonderful conference, the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society. I believe that this conference will bring great contribution to the shifting education landscape during this pandemic. Thank you.
Ini menurut saya memang sesuatu yang baru karena saya tidak pernah membayangkan akan ada pada suasana kayak gini gitu. Dan menurut saya ini pengalaman baru yang luar biasa gitu ya. Jadi kita dituntut untuk bisa tahu, menggunakan dan akhirnya terbiasa menggunakan teknologi.
The online learning has advantages and also disadvantages, but related to advantage, the students and the teachers can take the benefit of using technology. For the teachers, for example, they can use more creative teaching medias and also find many teaching sources from the internet. And then for the students, they can learn how to use the internet wisely and also creatively. Maybe before, the students and the teachers only know the use of social media, how to communicate each other, how to interact with someone out there. But based on this situation, force them, that both the teachers and the students, to use technology wisely and creatively, so it will suitable with the needs of online learning itself.
The biggest advantage of learning online is, in my point of view, online classes. The advantage is we don't need to leave home to study. We can sit in one place that make yourself comfortable. We need also to improve our communication skills because virtually it more like e-board, more than face-to-face itself.
Kelebihan pembelajaran online atau online learning menurut saya memang banyak ya. Di antaranya itu penggunaan atau keterampilan menggunakan IT, terutama bagi saya sebagai guru, saya lebih kreatif, inovatif, kemudian juga bisa memecahkan kalau misalnya materi seperti ini kira-kira pakai apa gitu, sehingga materinya tetap sampai, anak tetap happy, kita sendiri juga merasa sudah mencoba yang terbaik gitu dengan menggunakan beberapa aplikasi pembelajaran gitu. Dan itu pengalaman yang luar biasa berharga buat saya gitu.
The biggest challenge is, of course, the unstable signal. I'm sorry, ma'am, I couldn't attend your class because my signal, my Wi-Fi, and so on. We face a lot of passive students. Passive student only sit down, looking at the screen without doing anything. If I ask them if there any question, they only deep break. Whether in their mind they understand what I'm talking about or not. So we need to staying connected with students.
Pertama, pembelajarannya meskipun seefektif mungkin tetap lebih efektif pakai pembelajaran offline menurut saya. Terus yang kedua, tidak semua anak punya perangkat teknologi gitu. Kemudian yang ketiga, kalau biasanya kerja dari jam 7 sampai jam sampai jam 2:30 pulang gitu. Jadi kalau sekarang bisa sampai malam gitu. Kemudian yang ketiga menurut saya, penanaman nilai-nilai dan karakter itu tidak ditemukan ketika kita pembelajarannya daring.
Challenge. The one thing that I feel is it is difficult how to find the best strategy and also learning method to control the students' focus. So we have to guarantee that they join the class, they do the task, they do the assignment. So they do online learning not only for knowledge transfer but also transferring moral value.
System is from face-to-face learning to distance learning. Then, here are the feelings about online learning according to the administrator's point of view. Let's watch together.
Berkaitan dengan pertanyaan online learning ya. Nah, kalau untuk kami sendiri sebagai pendidik ya, online learning ini tantangannya besar untuk guru, murid, dan orang tua. Oleh karenanya butuh komunikasi yang intensif ya antara orang tua, guru, dan murid gitu kan.
Kayaknya kurang efektif ya, karena dengan adanya online learning ini anak-anak tidak bisa terkontrol dengan baik oleh gurunya, kadang oleh orang tuanya yang bekerja di luar rumah.
Kaitannya dengan online learning yang dilakukan itu saya sangat setuju sekali ya, mengingat suasana pandemi seperti ini. Kami berharap sebenarnya pandemi segera berlalu, kemudian tatap muka segera kami laksanakan. Namun demikian, karena pandemi ini juga yang terpenting adalah kesehatan bagi seluruh peserta didik dan Bapak Ibu guru, maka salah satu jalan pelaksanaan online learning inilah yang bisa kita tempuh.
Then, what do they say about most significant advantage of online learning?
Apa kelebihan online learning? Jadi guru itu harus belajar. Ada istilahnya guru pembelajar. Jadi harus belajar terus. Satu, meningkatkan literasinya, meningkatkan numerasinya, terus ditingkatkan sehingga hasil yang ingin dicapai itu maksimal. Nah, caranya dengan memberikan proses pembelajaran yang bermakna.
Kalau manfaat mungkin terutama untuk guru-guru yang usianya sudah di atas 50 tahun ya. Pada saat itu guru-guru masih banyak yang gaptek ya. Tetapi setelah adanya online, guru dipaksa untuk bisa mengetahui, bisa mempelajari IT, terutama pada saat pembelajaran PJJ seperti misalnya melakukan Zoom, kemudian memberikan tugas lewat Google Classroom, memberikan soal-soal lewat Google Form. Itu guru harus piawai seperti itu, dan itu dipaksa. Kalau dulu guru banyak yang, terutama guru-guru yang sudah berumur itu tidak mau mempelajari tentang IT, termasuk ibu ya.
Bahwa di online learning ini tidak dibatasi ruang dan waktu. Mereka bisa belajar kapan saja dan bisa belajar di mana saja. Ya, bisa mungkin di tempat lain ya, mungkin bisa di mana, intinya bisa di mana saja lah, nggak perlu harus dibatasi oleh satu ruangan, kemudian tidak dibatasi oleh satu waktu.
Next, what do they say about the biggest challenge of online learning?
Kalau online learning ini menuntut semuanya harus kreatif ya. kreativitas itu justru ya muncul dari keadaan yang sulit gitu. Yang tadinya guru nggak membuat pembelajaran pembelajaran melalui video, dia harus aktif gimana? Karena kan online ini tidak melibatkan seluruh panca indera ya. Nah, tapi gimana karena sudah seperti ini kondisinya, harus kita hadapi dengan bahagia mau tidak mau.
Halangan terbesar dari online learning itu pada saat kita melakukan pembelajaran secara PJJ jarak jauh ya, itu banyak anak yang merasa nyantai gitu loh. Jadi pada saat kita sudah melakukan Zoom atau melakukan Google Meet gitu ya, anak banyak yang belum siap dan orang tua tidak mengkondisikan anak supaya siap untuk belajar secara on-learning. Bahkan anak-anak itu pada saat melakukan Zoom tidak menunjukkan on kameranya. Jadi hanya gelap saja sehingga guru itu sulit mendeteksi anak itu dan mengenali anak.
Tantangan yang paling besar dihadapi itu pencapaian target kurikulum itu tidak diprioritaskan mengingat kondisi seperti ini. Terus materi pembelajaran pun terus terang kami batasi. Jadi kami tidak bisa maksimal melakukan pemenuhan seluruh aspek yang terkait dengan kurikulum. Kalau sekolah itu kan dari jam 6:30 sampai dengan jam 3 sore, itu tidak mungkin. Kami hanya batasi mulai dari jam 7 mungkin sampai dengan jam 12 saja. Selanjutnya mereka mengerjakan tugas.
That's the opinion of some school administrators about online learning. From this, it can be concluded that some schools feel happy with the existence of online learning, but there are also those who feel less effective because of some obstacles that must be faced. However, behind the obstacles, it turns out that there are also many benefits that can be obtained, one of which is the increasing creativity of both teachers, parents, and students. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for having me. My name is Cikwita Nabila Putri Zain. I'm the second author in this poster. Today I will present my poster entitled The Relationship Between School Well-being and Achievement Motivation of 5th Grade Elementary School. Okay, I will start. First, introduction. Motivation is one of the factors that influence student learning. Achievement motivation is very important for students in supporting learning. Students who have high achievement are certainly influenced by high achievement motivation as well. However, many students have low achievement motivation at school. This can be seen based on research conducted by Pangestika, the phenomenon that occurs in elementary school students in Cluster 5 Pengasih District, and based on research conducted by Rugian from the results of interviews with teachers at the Cakra Gugus Elementary School, Semarang, the results show that students are less active in learning activities. Students often don't do assignment, come late to school, etc. Some of these things illustrate that low achievement motivation in students, causing students not to pay attention to learning, lack of interest in achievement, lack of responsibility for their behavior, and less innovative in learning, causing boredom in learning. Achievement motivation needs to be supported by school, which are factors that influence students in learning. School should give a good impression because students' view on their experience at school have an effect on well-being at school. However, what is currently happening is that there is a lack of adequate facilities in school. Even some of them were badly damaged. Based on a quote from Katlea Kompasiana, that 50 until 70% of schools in Indonesia are damaged. In addition, the safety of students in schools is still lacking because many cases are found. Regarding violence against children in schools, what is even more surprisingly is that most of the violence in school is carried out at the elementary school level. A quote from Maradewa KPAI regarding violence in the world of education from January to April 2019, the majority of cases occurred at the elementary level, namely as many as 25 cases or reaching 67%. Unpleasant, stressful, and boring school conditions will result in a pattern of students reacting negatively, such as stress, boredom, isolation, loneliness, and depression. This condition will have an impact on the lack of well-being of students at school and result in the children's subjective views about school that are not good. The well-being of students at school is important to note. The view of students on their well-being at school is called school well-being. According to the theory of Konyu and Rimpela, school well-being can be assessed from 4 indicators, namely having, related to the school environment, loving, which is related to the social environment, being, related to the self-fulfillment, and health, related to health status in schools. Okay, and next, Richard proposed. Knowing whether there is a relationship and the level of the relationship between school well-being and achievement motivation of 5th grade elementary school students. And then methods. The type of research used is quantitative correlational. The subject in this study were 5th grade elementary school students in Cipondoh District, Tangerang City. Sample measurement using Isaac and Michael table with an error rate of 5%. The data collection technique used are questionnaire and interview. Data analysis technique used is the Rank-Spearman hypothesis test and the coefficients of determination test to predict the contribution of the influence given by the X variable to the Y variable. And next, the results. For school well-being, based on research data processing, the school well-being level of 5th grade students in Tangerang City is in the moderate category, which is 71.4%, consisting of 240 respondents. And for the achievement motivation, based on research data processing, the level of achievement motivation in 5th grade student in Tangerang City is in the medium or moderate category, which is 59.2%, consisting of 199 respondents. In the normality test, it was found that the two variables were normally distributed, with the school well-being variable having a significant value of 0.051 and the achievement motivation variable having a significant value of 0.194. Both have a significant value more than 0.05. In the linearity test, it was found that the relationship between the two variables was not linear, with the significant value deviation from linearity is 0.01. The value has significant deviation from linearity less than 0.05. The next step is to test data analysis. Because the data obtained is not linear, a non-parametric test of the Spearman rank model is carried out. Table T for derajat kebebasan 336 minus 2 equals 334 with an error rate of 5% is 1.967. So it can be seen that T hitung more than T tabel, that is 8.58 more than 1.967. From this description, HO is rejected and HA is accepted. That is, it can be concluded that there is a positive and significant relationship between the school well-being variable and the achievement motivation of 5th grade elementary school students. And the last, the conclusion. 1. There is a positive and significant relationship between school well-being and achievement motivation of 5th grade elementary school students in Tangerang City. 2. The level of the relationship between school well-being and students' achievement motivation is in the sufficient or moderate category, which can be proven by and seen from the correlation coefficient value of 0.418. And the last, the value of the coefficient of determination of school well-being with achievement motivation is 15.7%. The rest of 85% 94.3% is influenced by other factors outside the school well-being factor. Thank you for your attention. And the last I say, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for coming to this presentation. I'm glad to see you all. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dela Fitriani. I'm from Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta. Please look at the poster. In the poster, we will discuss about improving the ability to cooperate through the Gobak Sodor game in Group B in RA Mutiara Ciputat. First, I will explain to you about abstract. Classroom action research in general aims to improve the ability to cooperate in children 5 until 6 years old through the Gobak Sodor game at RA Mutiara Ciputat. The research was conducted at RA Mutiara Ciputat. The researcher used classroom action research atau CER. CER used 3 stages. The first, namely planning, and the second, action, and the third, observation, and the last, reflection. This stage is a cycle that takes place repeatedly to improve the ability to work together through the game Gobak Sodor. The result of the study show that the ability to work together through the Gobak Sodor game had increased. Increased cooperation can be seen from the aspects of being involved in friends activities, sharing tasks in carrying out activities with friends, inviting friends to play, being together in a game, participating in other games, other friends' games, helping each other in completing group assignment. The increase can be seen from the result of the first cycle of 78%, and in the second cycle the percentage of children has increased by 96.24%. With the results obtained, the study was stopped because it had reached the specific criteria. Keywords from the poster is ability to work together, Gobak Sodor game, and early childhood. Okay. Then I will explain to
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our international conference. After 2 days of events, we are now reaching the end of the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. In this closing ceremony, we will start the agenda with some announcements which will be delivered by Ibu Fatia Alatas, MSI. To Ibu Fatia, the floor is yours.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, saya kaget nih, baru mulai langsung ke saya. Oke, Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, terima kasih atas kesempatannya, Bu Moderator. Tidak lupa saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu yang telah meluangkan waktunya untuk berpartisipasi dalam acara ICEM hari ini. Izinkan saya sebagai perwakilan dari tim artikel dari Panitia ICEM 2021 menjelaskan terkait artikel yang akan habis pada ICEM tahun ini. Oke, suara saya terdengar jelas? Terdengar?
Ya Bu, jelas Bu.
Iya Bu, terdengar. Untuk PPT-nya bisa dibantu atau saya saja? Bagaimana? Operator? Saya saja mungkin ya. Oke, baik. Oke, Bapak Ibu masih semangat ya untuk ICEM di sore hari ini.
Silakan Ibu.
Saya, ya, gimana?
Iya Ibu, silakan. Silakan.
Oh, oke. Saya share screen aja ya. Sudah terlihat? Oke, siap. Baik Bapak Ibu, terkait untuk publikasi ICEM 2021 ini, saya akan menjelaskan sedikit ya Bapak Ibu, mohon waktunya. Oke, nah fokusnya kita sudah tahu bahwa fokus and scope-nya untuk untuk ICEM tahun ini adalah yang sudah ada di web ICEM 2021. Saya tidak jelaskan lagi ya. Nah, di sini adalah publikasinya tracknya adalah IEEE. Lihat jelas nggak? Kayaknya mati. Publikasi tracknya adalah IEEE, CRC, EduScience. Maaf. Sebentar Bapak Ibu, kayaknya nge-lag deh. Saya stop share dulu. Nge-lag di saya. Sebentar. Oh, tidak bisa ternyata. Tidak perlu di share screen. Oke, sudah jelas ya. Saya tidak share screen nih biar tidak error, di saya error. Oke, yang pertama adalah IEEE sesuai dengan ada yang di web, kemudian CRC and EduScience. Untuk jurnal Cinta 2, kemudian Tarbiyah, jurnal Cinta 2, Sosiodidaktika, kalau nggak salah jurnal Cinta 3 ya, dan pokoknya jurnal-jurnal yang ada FCK. Ini adalah bukan berarti papernya diterima ya Bapak Ibu, maksudnya saya menjelaskan bahwa baru ini yang paper-paper yang ada di ICEM 2021 baru submit ke ICCHAIR. Mohon Bapak Ibu yang sudah mengisi Google Form untuk mengisi di ICER. Di ICER ini adalah sebagai tempat di mana nanti hasil review dari reviewer terkait artikel Bapak Ibu semua, gitu ya. Jadi semuanya by system, by ICER. Oke, kalau di jurnal biasanya by OJS, kalau di conference by ICER. Nah, untuk bagaimana membuat akun ICER itu sudah ada videonya dari pre-ICEM yang kemarin gitu ya. Nah, ini adalah baru ada sekitar 51. Nah, ini yang dikuningin dia nggak menjelaskan namanya siapa karena yang saya download adalah PDF-nya gitu ya. Mungkin bisa ditambahkan di PDF-nya mungkin. Nah, terkait ini bisa dilihat di sini kita sudah punya di YouTube-nya FITK UIN Jakarta, di mana bagaimana sih untuk membuat paper sesuai dengan template-nya. Nah, kalau di video ini template-nya itu IEEE, sebenarnya sama aja ketika sudah punya template IOP gitu atau CRC. Tinggal klik-klik saja di bagiannya, misalkan di judul, di apa gitu ya. Nah, kemudian untuk isi chairnya sudah saya kasih link yang ini, silahkan diklik saja setelah memiliki akun dari isi chair. Terakhir, jangan lupa nih Bapak Ibu, untuk full papernya, deadline-nya itu tanggal 15 Oktober ini, semuanya diupload dulu di isi chair dengan file formatnya PDF, nanti akan diberikan Google Form, di mana nanti untuk mensubmit dengan file Word. Dan pastikan Bapak Ibu template-nya sudah sesuai dengan minat dari Bapak Ibu mau terbit di mana nih, IEEE maka IEEE, kalau IOP maka template-nya IOP, kalau misalkan CRC berarti template-nya untuk CRC. Baik, untuk itu terakhir, nah bagi Bapak Ibu misalkan ada masalah apapun silakan hubungi, boleh saya, boleh Pak Ahmad Bahtiar, boleh Pak Hafid, dan ini nomor kontaknya. Mungkin itu saja dari saya, dan satu lagi pesan saya, saya dan teman-teman tidak menjamin paper Bapak Ibu akan publish gitu ya, tidak bisa menjanjikan gitu. Kita hanya memfasilitasi, memberi kesempatan untuk submit ke publisher. Nah, semua itu tergantung dari Bapak Ibu sekalian dalam merespons secara aktif proses editorial, terutama pada tahap revisi manuskrip. Jadi Bapak Ibu, mungkin itu saja. Jika ada terkendala, silahkan hubungi kami. Mohon kooperatifnya ketika nanti kami berikan apa yang harus diperbaiki. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, Ibu, for the announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue our agenda, let's watch the ICEMS flashback first. Please enjoy the video.
Time is barely on our side.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are continuing the agenda with some announcements, which is the announcement of the best posters that will be announced by Ibu Rosida Erawati M. Home. To Ibu Rosida, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hayuni and Rati. Ya. Hari ini kami memiliki pengumuman. Tahun lalu kita memulai tradisi dengan best posters. Nah, tahun ini kami menambahkan pengumuman best abstract dari masing-masing program studi. Berikut pengumumannya. Operator bisa dibantu? Terima kasih. Untuk para pemenang best poster dan best abstract nanti akan kami berikan sertifikat bersama dengan sertifikat peserta. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Ibu, for the announcement. And once again, congratulations to all the winners.
The next session in our agenda this afternoon is the closing remark by the chair of the 7th ICEMS 2021. To Bapak Kustiwan Syarif PhD, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang terhormat Ibu Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan, Ibu Dr. Surudin MAG. Yang terhormat Bapak Wakil Dekan 1, Bapak Dr. Kadir, Bapak Wakil Dekan 2, Bapak Abdul Muin, dan Bapak Wakil Dekan 3, Bapak Dr. Alimi. Yang terhormat para peserta ICEMS yang ke-7, para kolega, rekan, sahabat, dosen di Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, para peserta ICEMS 7 dan hadirin yang berbahagia. Pada kesempatan sore hari ini, alhamdulillah kita bersyukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala bahwa hingga sampai saat ini kita masih berkenan hadir, masih berkesempatan hadir pada kegiatan hari kedua ICEMS atau 7th ICEMS International Conference on Education in Muslim Society. Dan tentu saja 2 hari yang sudah kita lalui adalah 2 hari yang cukup melelahkan, termasuk banyak kegiatan yang sudah kita lalui, dan alhamdulillah semuanya berjalan cukup lancar. Dan atas dukungan dari seluruh komunitas FITK, Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan, dukungan yang luar biasa. Oleh karena itu, atas nama panitia pelaksana, saya mengucapkan terima kasih banyak yang setinggi-tingginya, terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya kepada pertama para pendukung acara berupa keynote speaker, invited speakers, dan juga parallel speakers yang telah berkontribusi sangat luar biasa, sangat berarti untuk kesuksesan penyelenggaraan ICEMS yang ke-7 ini. Ungkapan yang sama, terima kasih yang sama disampaikan kepada pimpinan Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan FITK UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta yang selalu memberikan arahan, bimbingan, dan tentu saja memfasilitasi seluruh hal-hal yang dibutuhkan oleh panitia untuk mendukung penyelenggaraan ICEMS yang ke-7 ini secara sukses. Tak lupa saya juga menyampaikan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya kepada rekan-rekan panitia. Sebagaimana diketahui, rekan-rekan panitia adalah para sukarelawan pada prinsipnya. Mereka yang siap menghibahkan waktu dan energi untuk mengambil amanah, untuk terlibat dalam proses panjang persiapan dan penyelenggaraan ICEMS yang ke-7 ini. Saya sebagai ketua panitia yang mengkoordinir ini semua tentu menyampaikan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya atas dedikasi yang luar biasa. Tanpa kerja keras dari Bapak Ibu sekalian, panitia ICEMS ini tentu tidak bisa terselenggara kegiatan ini secara sukses seperti yang kita saksikan ini. Tidak lupa ungkapan terima kasih yang setinggi-tingginya juga saya sampaikan kepada para volunteers. Tahun ini ICEMS melibatkan sukarelawan hampir dari semua jurusan. Saya bisa pastikan malah dari semua jurusan. Semua jurusan mengirimkan adik-adik mahasiswa yang terlibat aktif di dalam penyelenggaraan, khususnya pada hari H kemarin dan hari ini. Dan tentu saja ini membanggakan karena demikian pula seperti disaksikan oleh Bapak Ibu sekalian tadi dalam sesi paralel, itu adalah semuanya mahasiswa-mahasiswa terbaik yang ada di fakultas tercinta kita, Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan. Untuk itu, atas nama panitia tentu saya juga menyampaikan ucapan terima kasih yang sebanyak-banyaknya kepada seluruh sukarelawan, volunteers yang sudah berkontribusi penting untuk kesuksesan penyelenggaraan ICEMS yang ke-7 ini. Saya kira demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan dalam sambutan atau ungkapan penutup pada sore hari ini. Sekali lagi, terakhir tentu saja kami sebagai tim pelaksana, panitia pelaksana mengakui bahwa sekeras apapun usaha yang kita buat, sebesar apapun energi yang kita habiskan, pada akhirnya akan selalu ada kekurangan di sana-sini, pada akhirnya akan ada ketidaksempurnaan di sana-sini karena kita adalah manusia, tempatnya khilaf dan tempatnya salah. Oleh karena itu kami menyampaikan permohonan maaf yang sebesar-besarnya. Mungkin itu yang bisa kami persembahkan oleh panitia untuk FITK, untuk komunitas FITK, dan mohon dimaafkan jika terdapat kekurangan di sana-sini di dalam proses penyelenggaraannya. PR selanjutnya adalah, sebagaimana disampaikan tadi oleh tim artikel, kita ingin menyukseskan proses publikasi dan mudah-mudahan mendapat dukungan yang sama kuatnya dari Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk mensukseskan publikasi ICEMS sebagai tahapan berikutnya. Demikian, sekali lagi mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Billahil hidayah wat taufiq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last session of our agenda today, the closing remarks by Dean of Faculty of Educational Sciences, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, to Dr. Sudurin MAG, the floor is yours.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, la haula wa la quwata illa billah. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Yang kami hormati seluruh panitia dan juga seluruh narasumber. Yang pertama adalah seluruh narasumber, all speakers, seluruh narasumber pada International Conference on Education in Muslim Society atau ICEM yang ke-7. Alhamdulillah sudah terselenggara. Yang kami hormati seluruh paralel peserta atau peserta yang mempresentasikan papernya pada ICEM yang ke-7. Jadi speaker yang ada di paralel. Yang kami hormati seluruh dosen, mahasiswa, alumni, panitia, dan seluruh yang hadir pada acara penutupan ICEM yang ke-7 pada sore hari ini. Alhamdulillah, setelah 2 hari kita melaksanakan mulai dari pembukaan hingga hari ini, ICEM berjalan dengan lancar sesuai dengan yang kita harapkan. Kita patut bersyukur karena semua narasumber yang kita undang alhamdulillah berkenan hadir, invited speaker maupun keynote speaker juga hadir, bisa sharing pengetahuan, sharing informasi dan juga pengalamannya kepada kita semua. Saya juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada panitia yang sangat kompak dan bergerak sedemikian rupa. Kami tidak bisa mengapresiasi kecuali mengucapkan terima kasih. Jazakumullahu ahsanal jaza. Semoga Allah membalas semua upaya-upaya yang sudah Bapak Ibu lakukan. Inovasi-inovasi yang sudah Bapak Ibu berikan kepada kita semua. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, ICEM merupakan kegiatan tahunan annual conference yang dilaksanakan oleh FITK UIN Jakarta. Dan ini merupakan kegiatan unggulan, program unggulan FITK UIN Jakarta, di mana di dalam forum ini kita mendapatkan kesempatan untuk bisa mempublikasikan dalam bahasa Islamnya, dalam bahasa dakwahnya, mendapatkan kesempatan untuk mensyiarkan karya-karya dosen dan juga seluruh sivitas akademika, tidak hanya dari FITK UIN Jakarta, akan tetapi dari berbagai institusi yang kebetulan satu bidang, satu rumpun, yaitu tentang pendidikan. Oleh karena itu, kegiatan ICEM saat ini, alhamdulillah, tadi sudah dilaporkan ada hampir mungkin tidak sampai 100, tapi semoga aja ke depan lebih banyak lagi artikel-artikel yang bisa dipublikasikan, yang bisa masuk dan kemudian dipublikasikan, baik itu melalui berbagai publikasi atau penerbit atau publisher, baik di dalam negeri maupun di luar negeri. Oleh karena itu, kami sangat mengapresiasi, berterima kasih, dan mengucapkan rasa syukur karena kegiatan ICEM ini bisa berjalan dengan sukses. Teman-teman semua bekerja dengan keras, bekerja dengan cerdas, dan yang jelas bekerja dengan ikhlas. Kami tahu Bapak Ibu semua dengan tulus hati, dengan penuh kesungguhan mensukseskan kegiatan ICEM yang ke-7 ini. Sekali lagi saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu semua, terutama kepada panitia yang sudah menyelenggarakan kegiatan ICEM ini mulai dari awal, karena kita mengawali dengan pre-ICEM 1, pre-ICEM 2, sampai pada puncak acara mulai dari kemarin sampai hari ini. Sekali lagi saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu semua dan mohon maaf bila ada yang kurang berkenan dalam penyelenggaraan kegiatan ICEM kali ini. Saya atas nama pimpinan FITK UIN Jakarta mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, semoga ICEM ini akan langsung dan akan berlanjut pada ICEM berikutnya yang insya Allah akan terus terselenggara, dan tahun 2022 kami tunggu karya-karya Bapak Ibu berikutnya, karya-karya mahasiswa berikutnya, untuk kita bersama-sama mensyiarkan apa yang menjadi pemikiran, ide, dan juga gagasan kita dalam forum internasional konferensi ini. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih kepada seluruh pihak, baik itu panitia, dosen, mahasiswa, volunteer, dan semua pihak, baik itu dari pihak dekanat maupun dari pihak staf, kabak, kasubag, semuanya kami ucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya. Insya Allah kita jumpa lagi pada ICEM tahun 2022 lebih sukses dan lebih meriah lagi. Kita juga berharap semoga pandemi segera berlalu sehingga kita tidak hanya secara online akan tetapi juga bisa laksanakan secara offline. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan, dan kita tutup bersama acara ICEM atau International Conference on Education in Muslim Society ICEM yang ke-7 dengan bersama-sama membaca hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Terima kasih khususnya untuk Pak Kustiwan dan Ibu Rosida. Masya Allah, ini duet yang sangat hebat sekali, dan seluruh tim pendukung, mohon maaf saya tidak menyebutkan satu persatu, tapi kekompakan dari para panitia kami sangat mengapresiasinya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu. Bapak, Ibu, dan teman-teman sekalian, inilah akhir dari seluruh rangkaian acara The 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. Kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih banyak yang sebesar-besarnya atas partisipasi teman-teman dan Bapak Ibu sekalian selama 2 hari konferensi ini. Dan kami juga ingin memohon maaf yang sedalam-dalamnya atas segala kekurangan dan kesalahan yang terjadi selama konferensi. Namun sebelum kita keluar nih dari room, teman-teman dan bapak-bapak sekalian, ayo kita foto bersama, semuanya aktifkan kameranya. Untuk mahasiswa yang lagi tidur bangun, pakai mukenanya. Yang belum cuci muka, tolong cuci muka. Ayo kita berfoto bersama. Oke, frame pertama ya, kita foto untuk slide pertama. Tiga, 2, 1. Oke, slide kedua. 1, 2, 3. Slide ketiga. 1, 2, 3. Oke, masih ada slide kah? Slide keempat. Oke, slide keempat. 1, 2, 3. Oke, baik. Terima kasih semuanya.
Oke, terima kasih. Nah, sayangnya ini adalah akhir dari konferensi kita untuk tahun ini, tapi hopefully kita ketemu lagi tahun depan. Until then, please stay healthy. Jangan lupa juga untuk stay happy. And sampai jumpa lagi tahun depan. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih semuanya.